I'm trying to identify the issues here with the computer, particularly bookmap seems to be the most the affected one, which is, of course, the one that I want affected the least. So I'm going to continue. I've thought about some things and had some folks suggest stuff on from the TLab about one of the things I was thinking about here with it could be a memory issue is that I am streaming and recording locally. That might be adding an extra bit of weight to the already somewhat bloated bookmap. Seems to be getting bloated with lots of add-ins and also there's a lot of volume coming through right now. And that's not helping, I suppose. So, okay, here we go. It's pre-market like usual. So we've traded basically a little consolidation, sold off down just below yesterday's low and back up to yesterday's, looks like, closing POC pretty much, or our opening POC anyway. So we will be opening just a slightly lower in range from the looks of it. This is the big sell-off. This is yesterday. Quite a substantial day. I'm going to now incorporate that in my micro composite. This is the market profile. What a hell of a trend sell-off, huh? Singles everywhere. So this is IRT. These price levels, the price levels will be pushed from here to bookmap. This is the micro composite chart, which is just daily RTH period or session bars. And I draw a volume profile around where they are overlapping. So I call that the micro composite. And because of the volume profile, there is a micro composite VPOC. These green bars are a function, or green lines are a function in IRT that you can turn off or on, which identify the high volume nodes on this greater volume profile over here. And I only do those on the first, or the current volume profile because or micro composite because they seem to be pretty heavy calculation wise if you have them going back a few profiles. At least that's what I've experienced. So yeah, we're looking to open lower in range. I will be pushing these statistics from the homework study here, my study. Based on the opening type, and this study is just based on the relationship of the upcoming RTH open with yesterday's or the previous RTH periods or sessions close and range. So here is higher out of range, means that it's opening higher than the previous close and it's opening out of to the upside. Obviously, yesterday's or the previous session's range. So this is a gap up. Higher in range, lower out of range, gap down. Real simple. Okay. I will identify, and in this case, it's going to be lower in range. So out of 2,004 days in this study, 607 of those days had an opening of lower in range. Opening or position or whatever, opening type, whatever the hell you want to call it. Of these 607 days, 514 of those days, or 84.7% of those days, price in the upcoming RTH session came back and revisited the overnight point of control. And that's all it is, strictly math. And I enter these manually, which I will do now. 84.7. So we go back over here to bookmap. We look at the overnight point of control, and it is 84.7% of the time. Now, I do these manually, specifically and intentionally, because they're fresh in my mind, right? And it reinforces the position in my mind. And I changed this note up here, which is strictly for my convenience, to say lower in range. In other words, to reflect the nickname of the opening type, so that when I take the screenshots or review the stream, I can see what the opening type was at a glance. Then I will continue to add these different levels. Typically, the overnight POC is the most frequent, has the highest probability, followed by the overnight mid, which is 83.0, and that's right there. Oops, come on. There's that. Come on, man, I can't. My sight and eyes off here. There we go. Overnight low, 57.9. Percent of the time. Overnight high, that's got to be floating around here somewhere. Previous close, there's 72.5. I would imagine that's living here somewhere. 72.5. It's right behind that one, so that's going to be kind of a tough one to do. I'll bring that down. Actually, I could catch it here. There we go. We are. What else we got here? What's this? Settlement. There's no stat for that, but it's pretty close to. The overnight high is 50.9. Overnight high. And I'll continue to do that for the rest of these things, right? Now, a word about these columns and the bookmap setup. Oh, man, I can't. Air quality here just completely sucks. So what we have here is the dome, obviously. This is the high time frame column, which are levels that I enter manually from the high time frame or the micro composite. Now, this is, I always put this over here. I guess it could live over here, to be honest with you. This is the most recent auction naked volume point of control, which is just the point of control from yesterday's RTH period. These are the high volume nodes, which are the green lines I spoke about or described on the earlier comments about the micro composite. This is the full session volume profile, which started tracking at 1700 last night. Now, all my times on my charts, in my narration, everything is Central Standard Time. So there you go. This is the RTH volume profile, which started yesterday morning at 0830 and quit at 1600 yesterday. And this morning at 0830 will reset and start over. This is a delta column, which follows along. This is the chart volume profile, which just plots what data you see on the left. This is the column for my statistic notes, and my migrating volume point of control flags, et cetera, which I just got through talking about. And this is the cloud notes column of price levels, which are pushed from IRT. There's no indicators on my charts. There is a VWAP for the overnight, VWAP for previous RTH, mid for the previous RTH, because I don't care about the mid overnight necessarily, and 2 volume points of control. The more muted yellow one is for the full session. The brighter yellow one is for the RTH session. Then the heat map just is a graphic representation of the levels in the book. or the dome, or whatever you want to call it. The liquidity in the dome or the book. A word about some of these levels. The POCs, for example, are nothing mysterious or magical. They are just the price level at which the most volume has traded so far in the session. In other words, this level right here at whatever that is, 93 quarter, I suppose it is the level right here at which the most volume traded in the RTH period yesterday. This muted yellow, or the full session VPOC, is the level at which the most volume is traded so far in the full session. Nothing to it. Similarly, with the volume, with the IBs high and low, which don't seem to be, they're way up above us. Here's an IB low. Okay, that is nothing mysterious. It's just the high or low, in this case the low, of the first 1 hour of the RTH period. That's all. It's called IB as an old market profile term. It's a holdover from initial balance. Now I've got to do a post here that I get talking and forget about. I do a post every day for the TLab, which I will do right now. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom. And it's probably, in all my years of doing this, one of the only guys on the internet that's real, and not just bullshit and bus tickets. I mean, he has nothing to sell. Key important point. He's a successful trader of his own account for 45 years. Very successful, I would say, financially, just judging from basically no ostentatious lifestyle or Ferraris or any of that bullshit, but, has a home owns his home in Chicago and has for years. Every winter when it gets cold there, he goes down for a couple of months to a lovely place that he leases, I think, or rents in Costa Rica. Excuse me, Costa Rica. Sometimes if he wants to do something else, he goes to Barcelona for a while, or somewhere in Italy, or Spain. So, obviously he's financially secure and successful at what he does, but it's not ostentatious or, one of these morons with a wrap Ferrari they rent or something like that. So I say he's one of the real deals. He also has a similar philosophy that I think is absolutely correct around trading as a business, not as a video game, which I'll get into in a minute. I've been having some computer issues with big lags in bookmap, so this morning I'm going to be kind of quiet. Probably not trade unless this thing seems to be working okay, and do some identifying. I'm going to be running the crate on my other monitor over here, so I can watch what's happening with my CPU and stuff like that. And I will be doing some ping tests back to the server and stuff. So it won't be a typical stream, I don't think. Anyway, so that's the TLab, and I make that post every day to them, which I have just done. There's a Discord there. You do have to join the Bookmap Discord, of course, like every other Discord channel, but it is absolutely free, and you do not have to be a Bookmap subscriber. Many people in the TLab are not. They use Sierra charts and all over the, Thinkorswim and all over the place. But it's a collection of, as Tom says, like-minded participants that are serious about making trading their business and sustainable and consistently profitable business. So I highly recommend it, and I don't recommend anything else when it comes to that. This stream is my virtual journal. That's its purpose. I have a commitment not to take any trades off the stream, so that's restrictive, but I think important. if it helps somebody else or anybody finds it and it's helpful, great. But my goal here is not to be a YouTube influencer. Sure, if they want to pay me money to do that, that'd be wonderful. But that's not my goal. This is my journal, and see how this works out so far. It's I find it nice to have it on YouTube because I can review it like on my phone at night or whatever else, any device I want to, and it's a permanent record, right? One of the things I may do this morning, if this starts to choke like it did the last couple of days, is that I stream and record, and the recording goes local. Streaming obviously is pushed to YouTube. So I may shut that recording down to see how that affects the computer and usage. We'll see. And I will step through the add-ons here at Bookmap. And these are the only 8 that I have open, and I'll turn them off one at a time, see if they have any effect. Now, this is the risk neutral trade configuration we've just opened, and that is sets up here. I have it set for the DOM. I initiate trades with the keyboard, and I manipulate the targets and stops or whatever on the DOM rather than on using both or chart, because as I said, I initiate with a keyboard. And so if you notice how the mouse changes from a $ to a regular mouse, in this area, they call it live data. And if you click over here somewhere and you have chart or both enabled, you've entered a trade, whether you wanted to or not. And a couple of times when I was trying to move a line and didn't recognize where I was here, I've entered a trade and it cost me money. And so I strive to eliminate any kind of execution errors that I can, obviously, like anybody else would. So we've opened. We have the VPOC here. I'm going to now start flagging this and tracking it. And I do this because obviously you can see where it is now. But as the day progresses, this will scroll off to the left, and it's real simple to see where we used to be, where those price checks might be coming from, et cetera. I can also see this on my IRT. So, I'll set this stuff to regular trading session. Try not to get overwhelmed with all these things here. I'm not a big multitasker. While we're here, it's worth noting where we've opened. Lower in range. This is yesterday's big sell-off candle. Right down here, we took out this micro composite VPOC, which is now at 4,100. Make sure I've got all these. I don't have a real complicated bunch of charting. I have the same 4 charts for the micro composite, micro ES, and for the ES. Both have the NASDAQ. And that's it. I don't do I have a whole lot of windows and charts open, etc. And Bookmap on the other side. These are 2 32-inch 4K monitors. And I have another monitor. I have other monitors with other stuff, the TLab and OBS and stuff like that, but these are the primary trading monitors. So I've got this now activated. This is the 2-lot package, which means that if they both have a scale of 12 ticks, or a stop of 12 ticks. The first scale, or risk neutral scale, is positive 12 ticks. Once that is hit or achieved, then the worst that can possibly happen to that trade is a scratch, unless you're an idiot and you push it out past, widen it out from entry, which I don't do. So there we go. I've probably forgotten something here, but my focus is on The overnight low and the ETH low and the previous RTH low are just basically on top of each other. What's that statistic out of curiosity? Previous low 50.5. Well, that's pretty close. Yeah. So we have taken out the something. What have we taken out? Well, we haven't taken out the. We've taken out the mid. We've taken out the NVPOC, naked volume point of control. We've come across settlement here, haven't we? No. We've just opened. We haven't quite gotten up to settlement yet from the looks of it, because this is the open right here. Okay. So we're on an opening swing low. We're doing this dipsy doodle with the dipsy doodle here with the VPOC. I call it migrating VPOC because in this first period, that's exactly what it's doing. And the reason this is so volatile in the initial moments of the market or the session is because it takes so little volume to change it. Remember, this is just the price at which the most volume is traded so far in the session. Okay. So this is 2,500 and 13. If this says 2,500 now 2,700, it's going to move there. That's all there is to it. And it's pretty simple in that regard. And I wanted to change that. I wanted to change my POC. MCVPOC is 5641. That's quite a ways up there. 5641. Let's make sure that's right. 41. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. And that aligns with the high volume node, which is yesterday's RTHI. I think. No, not yesterday's RTHI, but we did trade through that yesterday. RTHI is way above there, somewhere up above. So here is our overnight volume point of control. That's moved around now, but that actually has moved down here to the overnight point of control right before the open. So I've got to move this stat down here, and it has been taken out, right? As usual. So there we are, trading over the mid, the overnight mid, the current mid, and the EVPOC all at one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. This may be a lackluster or a consolidation kind of day. You never know. And I won't be experiencing these issues that I had yesterday in the last, because it's not a fast market. This is just putting along here now. So are there any? Didn't work very good. Well, we've got a 940. We've got FOMC member Williams. Then 1145 is Bostic. 12 is Baker Hughes rig count. Net positions, speculative net positions on several things on oil and gold and NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 come up at 1430. That's it for news again. So what Tom is talking about in the TLab here is he has taken a swing up, swing down, and on this retest, he at around 83 quarter somewhere, he entered along. So he's having a fine time. One of the aspects of my trading plan is that in order to have a validated entry, I must have an unobstructed path to the first scale, the risk neutral scale, which is 12 ticks or 3 points. So that wouldn't be able to do, I wouldn't be able to take this trade down in here because there's not 3 points ahead of the developing value area low, which is an obstacle, or the VPOC or the VWAP or the mid, right? So that's that. And maybe these are things I need to rethink, but that's the way it is. And obviously this long is working out magically for Tom. He's got 10 points in it or more. He's 12 points now. That's really great. And that's the way to do it. That would be what I was just referring to would be the case for this pullback right here. See, and there's no, there's less than a point to the POC, then the mid, then the VWAP, then. So that doesn't work for me. And I don't take breakouts, which would be this. So this is kind of a tough position. I mean, these are tough things for me to think about, or to, you always have to continually evaluate where you are. Do I need to change this? Does something need to happen here? What? There's the, well, they're right now back to a wick test here. So let's see what happens here. Well, there's that, there's a stop run. So I am ready to trade. Yes, I've got that open and on everything set up. There we go. Just kind of running through. So far, no lags, no problems, no issues, other than I didn't do any trading. After yesterday, it's pretty disappointing when, 60 or 70 points go by. Now I'm looking at 15 or so that I have let go and just not been like Tom and jumped on one. So we've got stops working. We've got icebergs working. Oh, yeah, that's is working. It didn't used to do that before. That's pretty nice. Maybe I fixed that. I don't know. We could be looking at a mean reversion situation this morning. Didn't get up to that overnight high, but we took out everybody else in the way. And testing back to settlement again and again. So I hope this all holds together. I won't really be able to make a definitive judgment about it until there's some volume, which there isn't. A fast market. So, the open was that without a hitch, and let's see what. I guess now I have to wait until the close and see what happens. So 32 here. Let's make that 32. A word about the general philosophy of trading as a business as opposed to a video game. And that is that trading is a business of statistics and probabilities. And what you do is the way to approach that is you identify a setup and specific parameters which validate that setup, including context leading in, overall higher time frame down, and trigger, etc. Once you do that, once you have all those parameters identified, you capture either by back testing or if you got all the time in the world, trading on sim, for example, every example of that trade that presents itself, but it's got to be the specific setup with the parameters. You can't have one of the trades with a 10 tick stop and one of the trades with a 20 tick stop and one of the trades with a 10 tick risk neutral and one of the trades with a 50 tick risk neutral. You understand? You see the point. It's got to be identical. You got to compare apples to apples. Once you've collected about 50 of those examples, which is generally considered to be enough for a statistically significant sample set, you just look at the math and determine whether that has a positive edge or not, or positive expectancy, or positive probability that you will get say the first scale, and then how many of those will achieve the second target, and what is that second runner at? You know what I mean? In my case, the first risk neutral scale is 12 ticks, and I have the runner set for, or the profit, the runner profit, or the second contract set for 48 ticks. That puts it far enough out of a fast-moving market that if I need to adjust that, I can. So you determine whether it has a positive edge or not. And if it does, your job as a trader is to take every one of those trades that presents itself in a day, and remember, the context has to be the same. If your trade is vetted, or you've determined your probability based on a trade on all, say the context of the day is up, context for the last 2 days is up, whatever your criteria is, you can't vary that, and you take every one of those trades, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that positive expectancy to your bank account. If it sounds familiar, that is the exact business model of the gaming industry from a point of view of the house or the casino. They only trade games, or they only play games which have a predefined set of absolute rules, and with those rules, a predefined expectancy or positive edge or whatever you want to call it. Okay. And then they rely on the law of large numbers to manifest profitably and favorably to their bank account. And their only mission in life is to play as many of those games as they can. They determine that 21 has a positive edge of X, whatever that number is. And their mission is to deal as many hands at 21 as they can. And that's what they do. You don't see the dealer start crying when somebody wins. You don't see the, pit boss run over and change all the rules. Absolutely not. They have a specific set of rules. They have a specific criteria. And that's exactly what they do over and over and over and over again. And it's pretty obvious who's winning. That is a statistical business. And that's the way trading. And this is not some revelation on my part or the point of, the part of somebody, Tom at the TLab or whatever else. Jim Simmons at Renaissance Technologies, Hull, Peter Thiel, Citadel. This is how they all approach trading. It's a statistical business. Even what's that moron with the little thing they trade on their phones? It's the same idea. He gets paid for order flow, and he knows that there's an edge of so many traders. That's how they make their money. And they're making millions of dollars of money, not just, a little bit. So that is trading as a business. And that is where I am, having only really identified this as a business a couple of years ago. My issue at this point is accurately and accurately rule-based method of capturing those 50 samples so that I have a statistically significant edge, calculation for the edge. And the problem that I'm having here is that, I won't live long enough to take with the specific set of rules that I'm coming up with for each setup or any setup, to watch and capture those in a simulated environment in real time. It's just, more not feasible for me. So what I have to do is work out a better system of backtesting. IRT has, trading system you can set up with RTL, which I have not had any luck doing, and their support can't seem to help me anymore. Chad Payne has left, unfortunately. But so I'm looking at other sources that I can set up for example, let's say the IB statistic. There's a very high statistic that says either the IB high or the IB low will be taken out by the price in the balance of the trading day, RTH session. Remember that the IB high and IB low will continue to move until 9:30. All right. So let's say that the IB high, and there's a couple of TLab trades. One is called the IB continuation, which means price would trade up through here, pull back, and then continue on. That's the continuation. The other is the IB failure. It trades up here. There's no real stops. It comes down here, comes back up and tests. It can't get back any horsepower or buyers, doesn't find any buyers, and it reverts back to the mean. Typically, the IB failure is a justified or a valid trade in a rotational day, obviously, and the other is more of a trending type of day or a wider swing day. So you have to identify let's just take either one of those. You have to identify the exact criteria. In the case of the IB failure, the first criteria is it needs to be a rotational day. If it isn't, then that's not a valid trade per the rules. So you see that it becomes quite complicated, and maybe my problem is getting too granular, or I don't know, but that's where I'm at this point. The idea, in my point of view, and my idea is to find one like that setup, actually capture that data and know that it's correct, and then take every damn one of them. And after you have one of them, then you do another, and there you are. Everybody in some of these places, the TLab, for example, talks about a vetted trade, structured trades, must be vetted, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe 1% of those people have actually captured the data significantly so that it has a significant, statistically significant subset and validated that. I can't believe it by the way I see them trade. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the way they trade. They're making money, and I'm not, I guess, so they're doing better than me. But the point is, I'm trying to do this exactly correctly by the rules as set forward. And sometimes I see Tom talking about trades he takes and stuff, and that's validated his previously stressed, I don't know if rules is the right, or criteria, let's say. In other words, a range to the trade. Well, if he's taken a trade from down here long, there is not 3 points range unobstructed to the first target, or you would put below which you would have to put your scale. So that means that then he's not following the specific criteria of the risk neutral setup where you have a 12 tick stop, 12 tick scale. He's saying, okay, if my scale is going to be at 6 ticks, then I don't know whether he's going to pull his stop into 6 ticks or whether he's going to put his stop below the last swing at 15 ticks. That I don't know. And in my mind, that would mean that was not a qualified trade. But it's so dependent on so many things, right? First of all, he's a very successful guy. He's been doing this for 45 years. Second of all, I'm sure he's got a multi-million-dollar account. So for him to take a stop or two, it is absolute. And everybody's going to take a stop because this is a random business. One thing you need to get through your head, and I do, and I have, I believe, the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, case closed. No matter how many, you could have 7 wins in a row, and the outcome of and think, or 7 losses, and the probability this next trade's got to be a winner. No, it doesn't. The probability of the very next trade is 50-50, case closed, and that's the same. Because it is a random business. That's why approaching it as a business of statistics and probability is so critical. And that's why, 90-something% of the traders fail because they don't approach it that way. Same way with how many casinos are there and how many gamblers go to the casinos? Same idea. So I'm having, this is absorption. This is the, iceberg. This is absorption. This is a stop. So we pulled back to our VPOC, basically mid and VWAP. I should say that I probably do, the closest I have to indicators, which are calculated type indicators, is VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, and it is a calculation. So I might be lying technically when I say I don't have indicators. This is the overnight, and this is real irregular. Yeah. I would love to. I didn't change anything except I rebooted everything. I also, this issue that I'm trying to track down here, I have to be mindful of the fact that I am currently in Houston. Only got 1 more year, thank goodness. But now I am in Houston, and we just, they're cleaning up after Beryl, the hurricane. So that it could be an issue with restricted connectivity or, ins and outs or something. I don't know. but I've been pinging speed test, and I'm on a 1 gig fiber optic, and it's never 1 gig, but it's usually high 800s, 900s, and it is, so that's normal. I'm going to open the Armory crate and have that running so that I can have a look at what's happening with GPU, CPU, RAM usage, all that stuff. I'm going to do that right now, actually. I meant to have that open at the start. What I'm going to imagine here is that I have to be, this is Armory crate, which comes with my motherboard. I build my own machines, so yeah. I know what that red thing means. This is the one thing I was thinking about. This disk D is recording. The stream is fine. It seems to be flowing magically. I've only got, it says CPU usage at 0%, and I'm streaming 60 FPS. The thing that I've been curious about is this GPU, and it seems to be running fine. I'm going to drop this over here on my lesser watched side of I'm sorry, lesser watched monitor over here on top of the, I pay a lot of attention through the day continually to here, right? I don't look at the micro composite every 15 minutes, and I'm not really tracking the NQ so much now. I used to have even a correlated market on here, but I thought that was something that was probably adding to the draw, so, or the load, so I took that off. Actually, I didn't bother to re-update it, redo it when we switched contracts at the last rollover from M to U. So here we are. I can easily see the ES Renko and the current day. Here we are. Basically, we've extended that IB high up to this previous price level. Pretty interesting, huh? Pretty interesting. And now we're back down in the center again. So, okay, fine. What else do I need to have open here? So are we going to get down here to the IB low and trade through this? What is Tom saying? I suspect overnight low might be secure. So IB low, current low a day, stops potential. Sets up an IB 30 failure. Oof. Dim this down a little bit here. There we go. So, yeah. And now here, one of the things that you do not want to ever do is diddle in the middle, in my opinion. And this is the POC, right? Which is the most traded price. So what's happening around the POC? The likelihood of being spanked is extremely high. So I never take a POC out or middle out trade. The vast majority of trading days is mean reversion, meaning outside in, as opposed to over here, you know, a runner like this. These trend days are not as certainly not the norm. No. Oh, it's not now. Okay, so I'm getting the data latency story now. So what's happening? And I got the first one right there. I've got low usage across the board. So I have extremely low usage except for this 53% of the D disk, which is this recording crap. So I wonder if I'm going to pause the local recording of the stream. I hope. I'm going to try to do anyway. Why won't it do that? So it's paused, it says. But the disk D is still, of course, Bookmap is also writing to disk D. Bookmap writes, because Bookmap records everything that happens, and that's really handy. I find it really good because you can go back and do replays, and it is everything. Your trades, every indicator, everything that happens. Unpause recording. I'm going to just stop the recording and see what happens. Oh, shit, yes. No, still at 53%. GPU usage is just way down there. Okay, well, that's not such a big deal, I guess. What else can I do here? I'm getting no no latency or lag on IRT, which would be right here. What does this thing do? Ah, okay, that's pretty cool. Well, we have a huge bunch of liquidity living up here, which is obvious by these levels. Again, this is just on window. This is these are just a graphic representation of these levels in the book. The interesting thing that I like about it is you can see when that came in and when it lifts off. So this one was here for a while. This joined a little bit later. This guy's just come in. You know? And you can see when they lift off also, which is pretty nice. This iceberg deal is nice. This is the lines of the iceberg where the trades are happening, and we've got an iceberg of 127 with 2 orders up there. It was executed. The E means it was executed. We're supposed to get a thing that says T, but I don't get that. It's supposed to say T, where a trade was an iceberg is executed out, but it's been traded off, and it doesn't say that. I don't know how to do that, actually. So that's kind of annoying, but yeah, all of my stuff is running fine, I think. I'm going to scrunch this back down again so that I can see my wrinkle chart here. There we go. That's reasonable, eh? And of course, when I select RTA, IRT, it goes away. But so now what have we got going on? Well, here I would have that similar problem. First of all, this is the volume point of control, so I don't want to trade from the middle out. And if I were going to take a trade, say up here, targeting lows or IB low or something like that, I can't do that by my rule because there's the mid. Point and a half later, there's VWAPs, there's POC, so there's no range there. That makes it tough for me. Now we're at the developing value area low. And the MC low used to be previous MC low. Reset that. Should say 70.25. We went from 85 down to 70.25. Now the current composite low. Well, everything's looking pretty Jim Dandy here today. I got to change these stops, though. That's kind of an obnoxious bright red there. I don't think I need that. This is absorption. A little square box in this color and little icon-y thing with the reverse icon. This is a, this is a I have no idea about the timestamps. I'm more focused on watching if I start getting any delays and stuff like I did yesterday. And okay. I think what's happening is we're not in a high volume day. And so I don't think I'm accurately testing the environment here. Back. Okay. Where are we? What are we doing? Where are we? Who's on third? And I'm having such trouble with my eyes here. It's just incredible. Getting older doesn't help, of course. But air quality. How the hell there can be a hurricane and heavy wind and rain and air quality alerts are beyond the hell of me, but it seems like that's the case here all the freaking time. Got some absorption here. So, as I said a minute ago, just sitting here having to watch, It's just broken up with levels, so it doesn't work with my scale criteria. Here we got another big absorption. Fires were absorbed there. That iceberg was absorbed plus a bunch. Well, we may get somewhere. The sellers can't get their shit together. All right. So we got diversions there, I guess. Let's try to, what happened there? Why didn't that work? There we go. Now, if I can remember to take some of the snaps according that I'm supposed to take for a trade. Oh, well, I don't need to have that yet. So premature, that was a bit of a FOMO breakout there, looking for this MC, and we're going to probably take a stop from the looks of this, which is pretty disappointing. So this is the entry point. This is my risk neutral scale. And then the IB low is down below here, and we're looking at an IB low, except I don't think we're going to make this one. There we go. Both stops, there's stops to the tick. So that's what I get for trading again. Always amazes me how literally to the tick, it's not staying there. And my entry was here, which is way late. It was below my level. So I was, oh, here comes this freaking bracketing algo again. So yeah, and now watch it go right down through there and head for lower ground. Wow. I would suppose it's going to get to my target. This would be my break even scale and then lower. So disappointing. Jesus. All I can say is that the answer is not to widen the stops or change the setup. The answer is to have your entry in a better location so that your stops are out of traffic. In this case, the stop was above all these here. I guess if you wanted to really be, I don't know, safe, your stop would be above here. Right? But that doesn't make any sense. So, so disappointing. Makes me actually start to think, what the hell am I doing this for? I don't know whether these timestamps are even correct or not. Yeah, it's just a poor entry, I guess. Poor entry location, or I guess Friday FOMO. I'll probably put that down as a FOMO trade. That'll be an error in my journal. Basically, kind of pushing it, looking for that IB low. But, it's not a unvalid trade, and we've now taken out my risk neutral scale, and shit. What else to say but shit? Look at that. To the tick. Once would have been hit again, I guess, to the tick. So if that were 2 ticks higher, I'd be in the trade. I'd be scaled. There's the IB 30 and probably going to go lower. Damn. Now we're having this shit. Data latency spike, seconds delay, connection rhythmic. Well, I am getting a similar latency on rhythmic on IB. It's really, really frustrating to me. And I don't know what to do about it. So I will take a screen snap, and there we are. Now I'm, $300 or 12 ticks down times 2, 24 ticks in the hole. Just amazing. I put those snaps in my journal edits anyway. Yeah, it's just maddening. And look where we are. Well, I would now were I still in this trade, I would move this up above this liquidity. But that's obviously a target. That 74 down there is a target. Say maybe this high volume node. And that's 48 ticks. Buy 1 tick. What someone would say is, well, why didn't you just re-enter your trade? And my question would be, where? I waited to get below developing value area low, mid and all these prices heading down here, and there's my 48 ticks. There's a full run. Really, really disappointing. I don't know what to do about it, frankly. The joy of trading, I guess. And the problem is, I think the problem is a late entry. Or an early entry. Shit, if I know. Maybe the idea was that this was too soon because it just touched the developing value area high, bounced as pretty much expected. And then this could have been the entry right here where you basically get 18 buyers here, stops out here, and then it comes up to 1. So that's would be considered a exhaustion. Now there'd be a severe pucker factor right here, but it would have taken this would have come to scale and then to target. So what is wrong with this trade? I'm assuming that it is premature. Assuming it's a premature entry on the developing value area low. Really freaking annoying. That's for sure. A better snap of this where it has actually taken my yeah, it's pretty damn disappointing, boy, I'll tell you. Stop to the tick. I don't know what to think about that, actually. I suppose the concept would be that it was too early because it was right at developing value area high. This was right here. I don't know. So about $700 off the table there by a tick. Wow. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? And now I'm put off by it, you know. I'm very conscious now about obviously need to be very conscious about revenge trading or I'm going to get that back, that kind of thing, you know. So yeah, I'm got to think about this trade here now. I don't know what to do to correct that, actually. I guess it was premature in that when I took the entry, this developing value area low was just above me here. So I traded through that and thought, okay, I've got a clear shot down to my target, no obstacles in the way. Immediately traded up and took the stop by to the tick. Traded down through it again. Back up to here. I don't know what you would do here, you know. I don't know where the trigger would be, I guess. And then sold right off as I had expected to my scale and to my target. I got to get yeah, it's really disappointing. I guess the disappointing part is I don't have a thought as to what to do about it. I'm not an over trader. I mean, this is the first trade I've taken all week. The last trade was, I think, a week ago, Friday or maybe Thursday, and it was a winner, no problem. But, sucks if I'm trying to make a business out of this and I'm trying to do what I think is correct. The context is down. There was no obstacles in my way. We've cleared any stops that were lurking around mid, VWAP, all this stuff. I guess they were cleared all but one, and that was mine right there. Maybe the idea is to not be so rigid with the stops, but then I have to move my targets. If I were to do that, if I were to widen the stops out to say from 12 to 15 ticks, this would have to drop down to be risk neutral, the commensurate amount. The runner can be wherever I want. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, I forgot about that thing. How do you see that thing? How do you see that statistics thing? Where the hell is that anyway? Somewhere around here's a statistics thing. I don't know where it is. Huh. Well, which one? Where'd that go? What that noise is or where that's coming from. Where's that damn statistics thing? Somewhere around here's a thing called statistics. Close position, cancel all open orders. I don't want to do that. Hell is that? Must be an add-on, I guess. I don't see it there anyplace. So. So there's the trading statistics thing, and it's not connected, synchronized to connect, whatever the shit that means, was the web journal. What the frick is that? Okay, so I guess I needed to have that turned on first. So I'll put that away. Yeah, this is just irritating. And I'm not going to try something down here because that's a breakout trade looking for lower, blah, 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 blah. And it probably is going to go down there. But, you know, well, this is just an irritating, and it's so amazing how the randomness, I mean, one tick, how do you get away from that? Maybe I need to make that scale. I guess if I have a, maybe I should put open my, maybe I had to put the one of the windows in my IRT for average 2 range in the day and base a stop on that. Just irritating. And of course, any of these are now is breakout trading. Even though there's a value area low, previous RTH low, which is the MC low, you got to think there's a stop or two living down there someplace, even though the ETH low is down there. So logic doesn't work for me now. I'm disappointed and irritated trying to think of what to do. Tired of this one tick stop shit, that's for damn sure. To the tick, I should say, not one tick. Pretty hard for me to go long in a situation like this because in my read, this is Texas down. We traded up high first in the market, and we've been doing lower highs and lower lows ever since. That's a hard one for me to get around. That first trade would have made me quite happy, and I would have a different outlook on life at this moment. Nothing worse than a hole on a Friday. Emotional capital is valuable. So there would be exactly the range to the value area low and stuff down there if I shorted right here. But that's looking to me like, in a lot of conversation, that it is going to be a IB failure, which would mean this test lower taking out the stops and whatever. Then we get sort of a divergence here because there's 243 out here, 2 out over here. And then it would be a mean reversion back to the VPOC. But that's not I don't think that's a trade I'm particularly fond of taking. And the problem with now, if I wait for this to trade up through here above this high volume node for some sort of confirmation, I'm looking at a breakout. And if I enter here, where's my stop? Right in the middle of all this traffic. So I don't know how to handle this market, obviously. Obviously. Not right over here. I don't know what the bing bong is. I don't know where that's coming from. Which machine or something. I don't know. Noises in the night. It's so disappointing. And we could just rotate slop around here until they make up their mind which way they want to go with it. Right now, the NQ's doing the same story. It's kind of leaning up. Taking on the targets. VPOC migration. Am I talking? Yeah. So this is a structured trade in the TLab, which I never get right. If I short it mechanically in a down move, it will test up here. If I don't, as in now, it traded down here. Of course, according to my trade plan as it stands so far, this is not a qualified area because it's not 3 points to the first obstacle, which the IB low is definitely an obstacle. God damn irritating. Irritating, that's for sure. And now here we go again. And those levels are spaced just precisely so that there's not a range between any of them. I don't know Maybe I got to stop thinking about that. I don't know. But I mean, they are levels, and price reacts at those levels frequently. Perfect example. Look at price reacting to these levels. Fortunately, there's a good supply of my wife's homemade jerky here, so I can eat and watch. I consider breakout trades error on my part because it's usually that's related to FOMO. However, I realize that it's a very valid strategy used by a lot of real successful people. Richard Dennis's turtles, for example, a lot of people. But I just that never worked for me usually. What are we going to do here now? We tested just down through the overnight low, didn't take any of those stops out. Trade back up here. I've got 1.5 or 2 points to down to this overnight low again from 70. So that's not the range. And there was absorption. Here we have what could be interpreted as exhaustion or divergence because, well, 150 out here, 4 out over here, or no more. Is that the end of the line? I would think that there's a buttload of stops down there. And it would get down to at least this liquidity at 65, which is freaking trailing dorks down here again. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe this 3-point range thing is killing me. Funny that there's not a whole bunch of stops coming out there. chewing jerky in my ear. I have no idea actually what I think about this market. So, there's the IB stat a whole bunch of different times. Because remember it sets at 9:30. So that stat's been taken out. There, traded up, down, up, down. What are you gonna do? I don't know. That's why now the IB low refuses to move anywhere. And my gut reaction now is a short the damn thing. And had I done so, I'd be scaled. Right? Because there's 7 to 4. There's the risk neutral scale. Now where's it going to go? Out the floor? Or, But doing this is a FOMO chase for me. So I'm just more frustrated. Really disappointed. It's amazing how good you can feel when you make a good trade and how shitty you feel when something like that happens.
Streams about integrating very easy. Yes. Structured trades. The stream is really based on understanding those. It's changing. Eventually,
I'm hearing all kind of binging and bonging noise here. I see a whole bunch of crap going on here, but I'm not seeing any of the drama over on the other side. I don't know whether that something's happening. I'm missing or what. Yeah. The psychology for me is tough. I mean, there's been multiple opportunities now that would have made that little loss back a long time, several fold over. But I'm not in them. And this, I don't like to look at right here. And everything is remaining the same as far as my computer goes. There's no changes here. It's exactly the same. So it's not GPU usage or any of that stuff. It's something else, and I don't know what that is actually. Why that's doing that either.
So it is when somebody else does it's finding and also the tools that create randomness. If the environment consistent, that means consistent processes, so you can see if it actually thing that gets up many of us as retail traders is that everything works. The thing about it is, if it's not consistent, you can't measure it. And even though it works sometimes, it has no edge, which means even though you have interference with the process over time, and I'm sure if you actually understood theory of gaming, what's called an edge, fixing so it works better. That's logic. Business. That's performance.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell to think. Irritating. Looks like Bookmap's running along okay, even though it's been maxed out. There's now dropping in and out of delays on our legs on IRT also. So maybe it's I guess there was a big push of liquidity there. not sure if I was muted or not. I turned off the sweeps indicator to see what impact that has. I'll do one at a time and see if there's any real biggie down here. Somebody's yesterday or something said absorption was a big one. We'll see. And also, we're in a consolidation, so traffic has slowed way, volume has slowed way back because we're in a consolidation now. This big sell-off was here, and that was a lot of volume going on, and now we're down here just kind of consolidating around. So maybe that's also an impacting factor. The pucker factor. And they've shut the bracketing algos off again. What's that all about? I really don't get it. talked about it here on the stream more than once.
So far, here, I'm sitting here.
555 quarter. 555. That used to be the address of our Cadillac agency, 555 South Walcott. One of my fathers was a Cadillac dealer for 40 years. I would have no idea what they're going to do here. There's no targets below that I know about, except for the old the previous micro composite MCVPOC at 5530.75, which I probably still have in here. Right there.
So we're coming down.
Now, if there were any case to be made for a long, this would be a asymmetrical trade entry location. And what that means is if you enter along in here someplace, your stop can be just, a couple of ticks below because you know damn well when you're wrong. I guess that's what that means.
So these guys, this guy, there's the variable high quality. This now is my resistance. See where this is. This is where we started out on the RTH. But this was
so I'm not going to be doing that, but because I, trying to stay aligned with context. Which is not something to do. I'm trying to stay aligned with context, right? So here, what's the context of this day? Well, it's pretty obviously down, isn't it? I think. Over here in the micro composite, we've, opened up here, tested above that wick, traded down to we have a new micro composite low. We've got this previous micro composite volume point of control down here. So, yeah, it looks like they're selling it off. No question about that. So, in my opinion, longs are not the thing to take. Pullbacks or counter rotations to short, yeah. But in this case, this is not a counter rotation. This is a big consolidation. And this distribution down here. I'm going to mute the mic here because Tom's stream is getting pretty noisy. If I had not stopped out to the tick, I would still be in this thing. Let's see if we can find that. Way up here someplace. Right there. Okay, there was my entry. So that's at 86, and we're trading at 62. So over 20 points without any heat all the way down, except that trade to the tick would stop me out. God darn, that's frustrating. And I'm real, probably way too conscious of jumping right back in or putting a trade right back out because I am so hyper conscious about over trading and revenge trading and, all those negative trade behaviors. When I first started, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I moved back from Africa to the States, Miami, Coconut Grove, so I would be able to afford reasonable internet and stuff. And I had no clue what I was doing. And I would trade, 100, 200 round turns a day. This was in 99. Lost my ass, of course. I mean, I was holding my own until I had a bunch of longs on at 911. And when they reopened, I was out of the market. And then they input the pattern day trader rule while the market was closed, and I didn't have the difference in the account to be able to day trade it again. So that was a real magical moment, to say the least. So let's see what I've managed to do here. I've got my icebergs printing what looks to be pretty normal. I've removed the sweeps indicator. And that ought to be pretty obvious what that is. I still have the absorption indicator, which doesn't seem like we're absorbing anything, or at least I don't see any absorby stuff going on here, which is kind of weird. Maybe I shut off the wrong one. No, absorption indicator is on. What I shut off was sweeps. And I still have stops and icebergs on the subchart, so that's right. This is just plotting the VWAP for ETH, no big deal. My trading setup, the price levels are these lines that print correspondingly to the price levels, and that's also pushed from IRT. Break-even point, that's pretty obvious. It's that little green line that happens when you and recalculates, or it used to be called theoretical averages or break-even. None of this other crap is even on. Liquidity Tracker Pro, I don't have that there either. So you see where that asymmetrical trade would have paid out. Now you'd had a trade on long, right down here on the bottoms. Stop could be a point below because you'd know you were wrong. And right now we're trading up 10 points essentially without any heat. I think when I talked about it was over here someplace. So, it would have been it would have had a pretty good pucker going by the time you got through some of these. But funny, I don't see any of the absorption things here. Funny day. Oh, there's here we go. These are absorptions are backwards, or seem to be backwards of the iceberg indicator. This is the iceberg thingy, and this is the absorption thingy. Yeah, so there's buy absorption, there's sell. I guess I could log on to my other machines and see what's going on in my other world, considering it's already 11 o'clock. Somebody's foaming at the mouth to talk to me about something. Probably. Maybe not. It's Friday. Let's hope not. Oh my God, look at all of this noise. Wow. Last few days I've had like 2. Okay, ask. Yeah, it would have been extremely nice trade so far. Well, 10 points, yes. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Yeah. No, the absorption's working, the stops are working, the iceberg's working. What I have shut off at someone's suggestion was the stop sweeps. Which that was right there, a stop sweep. It was being absorbed on the way up, but that's exactly what that was. That's simply a stop sweep is simply an area where the liquidity, the order is larger than the resting liquidity at more than one level. In other words, it stops at come on, where'd the right mouse go? Here we go. There's stops at 55, quarter, half, on and up, and somebody comes, say there's 50 at each one of these levels, and they just, somebody throws an order in there of 200 and it just runs through the stops. That's what a stop sweep is. And all of those stops, which are resting there, immediately convert to market orders when price hits that level. So they just like firecrackers going off. A cascade, they call it a stop cascade in the old days. It's a stop sweep, whatever. That's what it is. That's really, and what it would do is just show another number here and put a bunch of these similar things, but a different color. The little square indicators. I don't guess that's really something I could. Not going to kill me. I can turn it back on. I turn this off and
Stop ES by 410. Consolidation.
I don't know if it's really that important to me. I have stops, I have icebergs, I have absorption. That's probably as important for me as whatever I need. Aggressive buyers, aggressive sellers. Okay. This is, these are those sweeps here with the little white dot. So, that's obviously what that is. I don't know that you need an indicator for that. And if it's screwing with things, well, I definitely don't. So what a magical trade that outside in or asymmetrical trade would have been, right? From down here when I was talking about it, wherever that was. Down here when I was talking about it as an asymmetrical trade. And called that a mean reversion, which is outside in, right smack dab to target. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And that's one how do you explain that? Recognize everything about that trade and not take it. The parameter, however, for me was that it is counter rotation. So what I would normally be looking for is not a counter rotation against the context, but a pullback to join with the advancing army, which in this case would be from here down. The problem with that is, again, there's all these obstacles in the way, and I don't think it's a good idea. And I've spent a long time getting over the idea of trading from the middle out. So at some point, one of the key things to recognize that I am obviously not very good at, or recognizing anyway, is when it changes. So has this changed from a downward context to a mean reversion context, and now they're going to do that? That's what we don't know.
What's this? Chop, chop, chop. This is right here. Sure. Now, let's get back. Here is the, you can see it there. Once you understand how this works, so there's a scale here, there's a target here.
So let me see if I can get some of this.
Just remember, because I want you to be able to see what it looks like. Function.
I don't know where that fits exactly.
This is my resistance.
Well, we've had the full session VPOC now join the RTH session. Boom, boom. That's not a VPOC migration. I only track those for the current session. In other words, these VPOC migration flags are associated with the current session VPOC.
And a potential trend change to down, subject to how you trade your thing. It's short zone, short zone, short zone, or if you're counter trend trading, short here for this, but played outside, short here to here. In this context,
And the VPOC migration is simply where when this happens, right? There's a little one right there, but it's not going to mess with that. So again, that's why I flag these so I can see what's going on after this is scaled off the page off to the left right there. So it's come down from way up here somewhere. Come down from here, which is this one, to here. Somewhere in the course of the day before or now, it was here. So that's why this is kind of handy. And VPOC migration is a structured trade, the TLab, but it needs to be in context. And my problem with it is finding the trigger. Oftentimes it will go up and price check aisle 3 up here to see if this is still too high or the one above it, and then move down. This is kind of a poor example because let's go over here. Here was a VPOC migration lower. When that flag hit, what happened? So we down, traded up here, back again. So that would have been a qualified TLab short to here, and that was 4 or 5 points. For me, it would have been an impossible trade taking my plan because of all these obstacles in the middle, none of which there was not 3 points to the risk neutral scale from any of these. So I don't know whether I got to get over that thing or what, but I think it's an important criteria and I'm going to try to stick with it. This is just, a day like today is really frustrating when you get taken out to the tick and then the market moves 40 points or something in your direction. I went from a 24 tick loser, 12 ticks per trade per contract, to profit target, a funding target. You know what I mean? In a day. And now what are they going to do? Now is it going to rotate back down again? Now are we doing mean reversion something, something, something? Beats the hell out of me. And it's a Friday. And, I don't know, maybe I should just listen to Tom. Stop looking at this thing. I guess maybe, I don't know.
So I head out of my short. So now I'm out. I have liquidity. I have A, C. So this is all here.
And here's a pretty good example of, well, I guess it's not going to do that. So looks like context has changed. We're now trading up past the VPOC. And now where the hell are we going? You know, we've got the VWAP in the mid above us. We've got a price check way up here at about 55.90-ish, 90 change. I don't know. Beats me. At this point, this is gambling as far as I'm concerned. And anybody that says they have a vetted trade here, I got to call bullshit, because tell me how you've gathered at least 50 examples of a data set where there's been a context down of all these rotations to a new MC low, and then bottoming structure and back. Maybe I'm just too granular with how I think you need to go about establishing these criteria. Maybe that's the problem, that I'm trying to be too specific. Because I know from watching guys that are talking about the trades they're taking in the TLab, for example, there's no freaking way that they've actually vetted those trades.
So I did not get
And unfortunately, there's nobody that actually trades live or you see a lot of after the fact rear view mirror kind of things. It's just sort of irritating. And I got to see what's going on in this other world up here now.
so age extension. And most of this, and I don't trade. Check yesterday. See absorption. So this is where I think the structured trade. So I kind of waited. So I don't. So So this is resistance. So I this is the same way if I can get this, I can. So I just
Am I muted? No, but I'm going to be now. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. All right, so
Take care.
trying to get some of my stuff set up so it's working similarly to Tom's correctly. Still don't have something going on my side, which seems to be easily done by others. With regard to the icebergs. Well, there's a where it shows cancellations executed and stuff. So we're getting somewhere there that I wish I was on from this short area up here at the mean reversion from this low down to there. Where are we going to go with it? Who the hell knows? Lots of buyers there. We got absorption and stops and, you know, lot of stuff down there. Disappointingly, I am yeah. Got really no targets below that until we look at the previous VPOC, previous micro composite VPOC. What is that, I wonder? Oh, whatever it was. Quite a bit of liquidity sitting there. I'm at an interesting point about using market orders and limit orders in that he found that if he saw an area that he was stalking for a price to come back to for an entry, he worked out or learned that if he put a resting limit order there or a limit order, he would often get his fill, as opposed to a market order. He would really degrade his entry position. So I keyboard in rather than mouse, but I do use a join the bid, lift the offer idea as opposed to market orders with my keyboard. But maybe that's an interesting thought. I haven't traded with the keyboard here because it's multiple things. You got to right click, left click, shift, control something else, you know, and that screws me up. Now over here, I could do things like that. I could put, limit buy here, or limit sell up here, or say thought it was going to get back up to here. I could put in my limit, or vice versa. But you do have to remember when you're trading on the dome, and something I would want to do a practice with on a replay. If I'm not mistaken, if it's like Jigsaw, if you click down here thinking you're going to put in a resting limit order. Resting limit. If you click below the low, you're going to be in. You're going to be short. Same way with up here. If you click above the current price, thinking you're going to put a resting order up there, you're going to be in. So you have to, that also does require right, left, or right click or left click. And I believe maybe so I have to go back and read the instructions of the dome here. And if that's going to be the case, it might be easier to do it over here. I'll have to look at that this weekend. I explained earlier in the pre-market why I use a keyboard in the dome, not this live data area right here. sees.
Today, what?
Today is Friday. The date? Friday. Yeah, that's what happens when we're always, one day the thing to the next, right? I agree. thinking we're going to get a squeeze here. And they've been in this zipper area here for quite some time now. Whether that's going to happen or not, I don't know. And this is not really a good trade for my plan because my limit is above all this liquidity in these levels. So it's not a good thing. And this action here isn't a good thing either. Might have to try using the mouse because I do see what Tom's talking about with a keyboard entry. I keyed that well ahead of where this entry is now. I think I will do my follow my plan and put my scale there for risk neutral to be under that first level. If they get a squeeze going, that'll be a moot point, but I don't like this action right here. And essentially that's looking for a squeeze or a breakout, so that's not good. And real poor trade entry, but I was thinking that they were making a move here at 1422 and they were ahead of these two swings. These swings here. Although that's going to be this 35 or 65. All this buy delta here is not encouraging. Anyway, see what happens. Probably early, I suppose. And assuming that we get up there and take that limit for the risk neutral scale, I'll bring the stop up immediately for risk neutral. And I'd sure imagine that we were going to get some of that higher ground. We've got the VWAP there, and then above that, we've got the VPOC at 73.5. So that would be lovely. The liquidity is lifting off, which is a good thing. Now, if they get up there, it's real piss poor placement on my part. Get up there and get that scale off. Now we see the break even. Okay, so now what I have to do is get up above that break even, and now my adjustment has been made for that poor entry and the level there at the top. And we'll see what we can do is in terms of making some ground against this. Maybe nothing. And this may be too tight, but it's a scratch. So, that's the beautiful part about the risk neutral trade. What is that? 610. Oh, stopped out. There we go. Well, so there's a stop, and now it's probably going to one ticket and take off. Seems like that's been my my day, I guess. Well, anyway, that's pretty much a straight trade. But I'm see here, where am I now? Oh, 6, 1, 2. So this was a one post-trade analysis here, but this was a trade which was entry was wrong. Probably, I would guess, I'm going to guess breakout FOMO, and then which put my initial risk neutral scale way above these two major obstacles, which is against my trade, not correct, or would be considered an error in my trade plan because there wasn't enough range between entry and scale. So to adjust for that and not, okay, it's one thing to have an error, it's another thing to lose more money. So I brought this risk neutral scale below those values, those levels, and it was taken out to the tick. And because the initial scale was brought closer to the entry, that means that the break-even stop is going to be the same, is going to be reduced by the same amount. So the minute that hits, that scale hit, this is the break-even line, and I immediately moved the stop up above that, and it was taken out. Actually now, and had I not done that, I would have taken a full stop. In this case, it's a scratch. Probably would have been better off. I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda, would have been better off to just take them both off right here, or whatever amount that would have been. But in this case, it's just a straight up scratch with a paying for commissions because of moving it just a little above the break even. All in all, a pretty poor trading day. I don't know why I can't seem to shake it off and get going here. Yeah, so I'm still one full stop down. It'll be an interesting day to retrade. I'm going to spend quite a bit of focus on retrading and stuff this weekend. Now that my I'm real curious to see if I get any of this drama at the close with the volume flurry. I assume we'll be there. Still kind of surprised that it got so close to that previous MCVPOC and didn't go there. Pretty strange. And I mean, it ain't over yet, right? So I guess they could, but here's the previous MVPOC, and here's where they got. Well, I guess you could call that horseshoes and hand grenades, and even if you say it fast, it's about 8 points, right? So it's not. It looks pretty close when you wind this thing down, but in reality, it's not so much so. Now, unfortunately, I would love to. Ooh, look at this. I'd love to be scaling. I mean, shorten this thing, but I was kind of the mind that, or I was anticipating, I should say, that they were going to squeeze them. There's been shorts for 3 days. You would think they'd squeeze somebody into Friday, but maybe not. This could be one right here, but. Oh. So I guess you could say, I mean, I suppose somebody will say that this obviously is a structured trade. And here was the trigger tested up at 16 out and then down. Or in my case, I would say I would be waiting for it to test up here and then sell off. The problem is we got 30 minutes to the close of the market, and the market is short like nobody's business. So I wouldn't think. I don't know what the hell to think, actually. I don't know what I would suspect. I don't know what to do. Kind of getting right into this consolidation right here. I'm just worried about the timing. I was standing here with my finger on the short trigger, and the thing that's got me worried here is that it's 235 or whatever, 237, and market's real short. I'm surprised that I would be surprised if there wasn't a squeeze, but what the hell? What do I know? Right to this liquidity. broken shoulders. Shows you. And I'm primarily a short, but here I'm thinking I'm going to be all clever and ride the squeeze a little bit. Why didn't I just short this? My stop would have been up here, and I wouldn't have had one drop of heat for 15, 20 points. That's what preconceived ideas will do to you, I guess. And I wasn't quick enough to change my mindset to a short, just because of the time. Once you've been short for 3 days in a row, going into a Friday afternoon, you would expect some profit taking. Who's going to sit short all weekend, and especially in this crazy political and geopolitical environment? Deep people with deep pockets, I guess, as opposed to me. Oh, again. Well, I'm dying to see what happens with this thing here. If we get a flush of volume, if we don't get a big rush of volume and fast market, then it's not really going to be a fair test. Just can't bring myself to short down here at this time. They may just go out with a whipper. Don't know. Well, I was certainly thinking there was going to be some short covering or some sort of a squeeze, but that's not going to happen pretty obviously. Or if it is, they better bust a move. They've got 5 minutes to the cash close. So I am not going to be doing anything here. A little too spooky for me. Well, that didn't work out like I had it planned. I thought I would get at least a couple of hits out of that so that I could have taken them all off at the same time. Here we go. Now we're going to maybe get something up here. Come on, get up there and get that residential scale up. Damn it. There we go. Well, I didn't get 48 out of it, but I got a little bit anyway. So that was awkward. I don't know why my flatten button didn't work, and I never think about hitting this thing up here. Anyway, okay, well, so I got up a few anyway. Well, that helped a little bit, I guess. So 3 trades, a stop, a scratch, and whatever the hell that turned out to be. Now, I do have all of this trade going off. That's all red, but I'm not getting all that noise over here on the top of my screen. So perhaps that helped. And I didn't get any of this accumulation stuff that I was getting yesterday. All right. So there we have that. Jesus Christ, pathetic. That's a lot of freaking work for nothing. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of work for nothing there. I had a stop, a scratch, and this closing swing trade, or whatever the hell you want to call that thing. And I'm net $187 up because of a pretty poor. I could have been up in here, I guess, another couple of points. Well, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye, I guess. But still, it's what these kind of things do is it ruins the ratios. So I don't know if I got this scratch snap yet or not, but let me just see. Yeah. Okay, good. Oh, what about? Well, if it was 650, if it was 50, this is about a minute. Yeah, so this is a closing swing trade, kind of not much of a trade plan story, but trade 3. Yeah, so this is was a closing swing trade, basically just taking advantage of that burst after right into the cash close. The minute it took off, I was a little bit late on the takeoff here. Let's see if we can get over here. I was a little late on the takeoff, right? But I caught it right here. It pulled back a little bit and then got up to the scale, which doesn't even look like it hit the scale, but it did. But it apparently did somehow or another. I mean, if you look at the print, it doesn't look right, but it seems that it did. Then pulled back substantially to just about, I mean, here was my break even the minute we had that scale, right? So pulled back substantially, took quite a bit of heat down here to within, well, not quite a bit of heat, but, 1 or 2 points from entry, but still no heat against the stop, which I, of course, didn't move. And then it took off. I fumbled a little bit trying to get this reach up here and grab my second target because it looked like it was going to stall out and I was running out of time. And I just pulled that down as quick as I could and got it within a point, I guess, of the swing back. So not so bad. I'm happy. I mean, I'll take that. No problem. And the funny part about it is it was so the day finishes up with a stop straight off the bat, full stop, then a scratch, and now the swing trade. And I ended up about $190 or something in the green, which should have been about almost $800 or 400 ticks, 40 ticks, points. I'm sorry, 40 points. A point's $50. Each point is $50. So $800 is 16. $800, 16 points, or thereabouts. So that's how that went. And I'm going to now, and nothing happened with the, it got hot down here on the, and it's still a little bit hot on the red, but nothing choked. I didn't have any of that choke story up here or that accumulation or any of those flashing warnings that were up here. So I'm going to wait for Monday. I won't bother Bookmap or chase anybody. I'm going to see what happens in the next. The only real volume of the day was just now in this closing swing. And to be honest with you, I was pretty busy thinking about something else besides looking at that. I didn't see the big deal or the pop-up about accumulation or any of that crap. So that worked out okay. And so there you have it. I think I will stop the stream here. Well, I'll stop the stream. Try to stop the stream right at